Evening comes early now to a village in the English Midlands, in the quiet weeks after the autumn ploughing, and at the end of the lane the smith's forge still holds a low orange glow as the day's last iron ticks softly, cooling. If these slow, quiet nights are the kind that help you sleep, you are welcome to subscribe and settle in with us, but only if you truly enjoy them. For now, let the day begin to loosen its hold, unhurried, with nowhere else you need to be. Dim the lights, or let them go out. Let your shoulders soften, let the warmth reach them, and let each breath come slower and longer than the one before. When your eyes grow heavy, let them close, and imagine walking into a village lane at dusk, where the day's last hammer blows our spacing further and further apart, and then going still. Tonight, we stay beside the village forge as it settles for the night. The last heats fading, the iron cooling, the craft row growing quiet, one workshop at a time, as the dark comes on. You come in from the blue cold of the yard, and the smithy takes you in at the door with a wall of warmth and a low orange light. It is nearly dark now, and the workshop is darker still, a small timber shed open along one side, its walls hung with soot. At its heart, a bed of charcoal glows a deep, even orange in the gloom, and the smell reaches you first, hot iron, and charcoal smoke sweet and woody, and under it the damp earth of the floor. The day's work is not quite finished. You have come at the slackening hour, the last heats of the evening. Notice how little light there is, and that this is on purpose. A smith works in shadow by choice, for the iron tells its heat by color, and a bright room would wash that color clean away. The stronger the light, the less there is to read. So the forge is kept dim and shaded, and the evening suits it well, for dusk is the forge's honest light. Here at the hearth, the charcoal lies in a low glowing bed, banked to one side, breathing a soft orange that rises and sinks. The heat leans against your face. In this steady gloom, the smith can watch a piece of iron and know, by its glow alone, exactly how hot it has come. To one side stand the great leather bellows, worked by hand, their wooden boards opening and closing slowly, a slow and patient pair of lungs for the fire. When the smith leans on them, the draft passes up through the coals, and the whole bed brightens from a dull orange to a clear, bright yellow, throwing its light along the sooty beams overhead. Then he eases off, and the fire settles back and breathes on its own. There is no hurry in any of it. The bellows sigh, the coals answer, and a thin drift of sparks lifts and dies in the dark air above the hearth. Set in the coals, it warms first to a color you feel more than see, a faint red hiding in the black, then to a dull red, plain now in the shadow, then to cherry, a soft glowing rose, and on, climbing to the orange yellow that is the true working heat when the metal is soft. He draws a bar from the fire to look at it, and the color is everything. Cold iron is simply dark, enough to move under the hammer. Beyond that, near white, it begins to spark, the welding heat, the hottest he will ask of it. He reads all of this by eye. There are no numbers here, only the colors the fire writes on the iron. He carries the glowing bar the few steps to the anvil, a simple squat block of iron on a great section of oak, sunk into the earth floor so it will not shift. The oak takes the shock and gives none of it back. He lays the hot iron on the face and begins to work, and a rhythm comes with the first blow, a heavy stroke to shape the metal, then a lighter tap on the bare anvil while he turns the piece, then the next stroke. Heavy, light, heavy, light. the working beat of every forge unhurried, the hammer never lifted higher than the work needs. Listen to the anvil as he works. Where the hammer strikes true, on hot iron well met, it answers with a bright, clear ring. Where a blow falls glancing, or catches metal already going cold, the note turns flat and dull, and he feels the difference in his arm as much as he hears it. The light taps between strokes fall dead and quiet against the face of the anvil. So the smith works half by sound. The bright ring and the dull note tell him how the iron sits, and when it has cooled too far to shape and must go back into the fire for another heat. With each blow, small flakes lift from the surface of the hot iron and fall away. The scale, a thin dark skin, the fire raises on the metal. It breaks off in little dark flowers and settles on the anvil face and the earth around the block. And where a fresh flake falls, it may still hold a dim red heat for a moment before it goes gray and cold. The iron beneath comes up clean and bright under the hammer. A working anvil is always ringed with this fine dark scale, swept up now and then, and gathering again with the very next heat. When a piece is shaped and needs to be made hard, or simply cooled enough to handle, it goes to the trough of water that stands close by the anvil. The smith lowers the hot iron in, and the water answers with a sharp hiss and a breath of steam that climbs and thins in the dim air. The ring of the hammer gives way, for a moment, to this softer sound, the hiss, the settling water, and then the slow tick of the metal as it cools. It is plain water in the trough, nothing more. The same trough serves to cool his tongues and to damp any stray spark that finds the floor. Along the wall behind the anvil hangs the smith's kit, dark shapes against the dark boards. There are tongs of many sizes, each with jaws cut to grip a different piece, flat bar, round rod, the head of a bolt, so that, whatever the iron's shape, he has a pair that will hold it fast in the fire. Beside them hang hammers of different weights, a few worn punches and chisels, and the odd tool he has made for one job and kept. Nothing here is for show. Every piece has been shaped by his own hand or his father's, and hung where a reaching arm can find it without looking. On a flat stone sill by the wall lie the pieces already done for the day, cooling in a row. An hour ago they glowed. Now they are the dull blue-gray of cold iron, giving off the last of their warmth into the evening air. If you set a hand near, without touching, you can still feel the heat coming off the nearest of them. Every so often one gives a faint tick as it settles and shrinks. They will be gathered up before the door is shut. A few hooks, a mended hasp, a handful of nails, small things, but the sort the village cannot do without. The floor of the smithy tells the day back to you. Around the anvil block, the earth is dark and packed hard, scattered with the gray scale swept aside heat after heat, and here and there the small bright scar where a hot cinder fell and went out. Now and then, the smith takes a stiff broom of birch twigs and clears the worst of it toward the wall, less for tidiness than for care, for the whole village around him is timber and thatch, and a forge lives with fire all day. So the sweeping and the trough of water kept always at hand are quiet habits set against a stray spark. On a blade that wants a lasting edge, the smith polishes a little of the metal bright and warms it gently once more, and watches a second, fainter set of colors creep along it, a pale straw, a gold, a soft blue, and by these he judges the temper and knows when to take it from. The last heats of the day go to small, needful things. An edge is drawn out again on a worn tool, a hook bent and set, a few nails cut and headed one after another. The heat. It is close work, done by eye in the low light. The sort of quiet finishing a smith saves for the end of the day, when the fire is no longer wanted at its fiercest. As the light fails outside, the forge begins to slacken. The smith leans less often on the bellows now, and the coals, left to themselves, sink from yellow back to a deep and even orange, and then lower still. The ring of the anvil comes at longer and longer spaces, and between the blows the quiet grows, the tick of cooling iron, the settle of ash, the small breath of the fire. Overhead, the smoke that hung all day beneath the roof thins and drifts out through the gap in the boards, and a little of the blue dusk shows through it. The evening does not ask for the fierce heats any longer. What is left is only the finishing and the winding down. Step back to the doorway and look in for a moment. The smithy sits low and warm in the last of the dusk. One low orange glow of fire in a darkening yard. The smith a dark shape moving between the hearth and the anvil, unhurried, seen to the last of it. Tomorrow the fire will be roused again before light, and the hammer will find its beat once more. But that is tomorrow. Tonight there is only this. The sinking coals, the cooling iron laid out in its row, the tools going one by one to the bench. And before we sit with the fire a while longer, it is worth asking what, in a village like this, a smith like him actually spent his days making. Most of what the smith did was not making but mending. This is the quiet truth of the village forge, and it is worth settling into. The great new things, a fresh plough iron, a set of hinges, came seldom. Far more often a worn edge came back to be given its work again, a share repointed, a coulter drawn out, a blade that had gone dull against a season of soil. He was the mender of the village. Bring him a thing of iron that had failed at its task, and he warmed it and worked it and handed it back able once more. Little was thrown away out here. Almost everything was made to serve again. His steadiest customers were the 2 irons of the plough. The share is the broad iron point that turns the soil aside. The coulter is the long knife set ahead of it, cutting the ground open before the share lifts it. Both bit into the earth all day, and the earth wore them down, grinding the share blunt, thinning the coulter's edge, dragging over stone and root. So before every ploughing, they came back to the forge, not to be replaced most times, but to be sharpened and drawn out true. A ploughman with a dull share turned poor furrows, and knew it, and came to the smith early. Watch the share come in. Its point is rounded where it should be keen, its underside worn bright and thin from the long rub of the soil. The smith turns it in his hands, reading where the metal has gone. Then into the fire, up to a working orange, and onto the anvil, where he draws the tired iron out again, stretching it, pointing it, closing the worn edge back to something that will cut. It is patient work, and it is never quite finished, because the field will only wear it down again. The share and the coulter are the forge's calendar. They return with the seasons, worn and wanting the fire. The manor's accounts remember this rhythm in their dry way. Year after year the same small payments appear, not for new irons, but for the sharpening of old ones, entered again and again as the ploughing came round. Historians who have read these rolls closely, John Langdon among them, find the pattern plain across manor after manor. Worn irons were sharpened far oftener than they were bought new. The forge lived on repair. A share might serve for years, thinned and repointed each season, until at last there was too little left of it, and only then was fresh iron cut. Mending was the trade, making was the exception. Step for a moment into a peasant's house, and count its iron. There is not much. A household's whole store of the metal gathered into a few things, the plough's share and coulter out in the shed, an axe, a billhook or a sickle, a knife worn thin with sharpening, a pot or the trivet it stood on, a scatter of nails and fittings. Iron was dear, and used sparingly. A family did not own iron the way we might. It owned a few edges of it, kept, mended, and handed down. The rest of the house was wood and clay and cloth, with iron only where iron was truly needed. Look closer at the tools themselves, and you see the same thrift. A spade was mostly a shaped board of wood, shod with a thin strip of iron along its digging edge. A rake was a wooden head with iron only in its teeth. The plough, the harrow, the cart, great works of timber, carried iron only where the wood would wear or bite or bear a strain. The smith gave the wood its iron teeth and no more. It was the wright who made the body of a tool. The smith added the hard edges, the points, the bands, the small clever pieces that let wood do work that wood alone could never manage. He did not make swords, and he did not make armor. Those were other trades, kept in the towns, the bladesmith, the armorer, men who spent their lives on a single kind of work, and whom a village rarely saw. This was the age of mail, of shirts of linked iron rings, and even those came from specialist hands elsewhere. The village smith's world was smaller and far more useful, the things a farming place could not do without. Ask him for a weapon, and he would send you to the town. Ask him for a hinge, a hook, a mended pot, a keen share, and you had come to the right man. Some jobs asked for more than sharpening. A good cutting edge wanted steel. Iron with a little more hardness worked into it, and steel was costly, so it was used only where it did its work, at the very edge. When a sickle or an axe had worn past its steel, the smith could re-steel it, laying a thin strip of hard steel against the soft iron body and forge, welding the two together in the fire, hammered as one while they glowed near white. Done well, the join vanished, and the tool took a keen edge again. It was skilled work, quiet and exact, and it saved good iron from being cast away. The edge tools of the harvest came to him too. A sickle's curved blade, a scythe's long one, went dull and nicked across a season of cutting, and the smith re-edged them, grinding and drawing the edge back, tapping out the small dents, peening the metal thin and true along its length with light, close blows of the hammer. A scythe reset well would pass smoothly through standing grass badly. It dragged and tired the mower, so the reapers brought their blades before the corn was ready, and waited while the smith gave each edge its bite again, one after another, unhurried, in the failing light. And then there was the endless small iron of ordinary life. Hinges and hasps for doors and chests, staples and latches, hooks to hang things from, the pothooks that held a cauldron over the fire, links of chain, a cauldron itself cracked and wanting a patch. None of it grand, all of it needed. A door that would not shut, a latch worn loose, a pothook bent out of true. These came to the forge as readily as any plough iron, and went home mended. The smith held a village together at its joints and edges, in 100 small pieces of iron, that no one thought about until they failed. None of this cost very much. The surviving price lists of these centuries, the 14th and the 15th, set such work at a few pence, a spade shod, an axe made good, the foot iron of a plough. A few pennies, paid in coin, or set against grain, or worked off in some other way, for a thing that would serve a family, a full year and more. Iron was dear to buy, but its mending was cheap, and that was the whole economy of the forge, a little metal, carefully kept, given back its usefulness again and again, for the small price of a morning's fire and skill. The work followed the fields. Out beyond the smithy, the strip fields ran away into the dusk, and their year set the forge's year. Before the autumn ploughing, the shares and coulters came in to be pointed. Before the spring ploughing, they came again. These were the busy weeks. The forge lit early and worked late, the ploughmen anxious for keen iron before the oxen went out. The smith knew the calendar of the soil as well as any farmer, because his own work was bound to it. When the fields wanted iron, his fire burned hot, and he read the coming season in the worn tools that gathered against his wall. Then, as summer ripened, the edge tools, sickles, and scythes brought in before the harvest, each wanting its edge back before the corn stood ready. High summer was another busy tide. The deep of winter was the forge's quiet season, when the fields lay still under frost and little wore out, a time for the smaller mending, the odd hinge and pothook, the jobs that had waited. Only the shoeing of horses kept its steady beat all the year round, in and out of season, for the roads did not stop, and the beasts still walked them. So the forge breathed with the year, hard before the ploughing and the harvest, slow in the cold, and never wholly still. So the mender's year turned with the land, and his day turned with the light. Now, in the slack of the evening, the last of the mended things lie cooling on the flat stone by the door, a repointed share, a sickle with its edge given back, a latch made true. Tomorrow they will go home to their work, and the fields and doors and pots of the village will hold a little longer for having passed through his fire. He set down the hammer for the night. The forge glow sinks to a low orange line in the open hearth, and the slow tick of cooling iron fills the quiet where the ring of the anvil was. Step out of the forge now, past the last of its glow, and the rest of the craft row lies along the same short lane. The heat follows you a little way, the smell of hot iron and scorched wood, the tick of a cooling anvil behind you on its block of oak. The workshops here stand close together, timber and thatch, their doors open to what light is left. From one comes the dry rasp of a plane, from another the slow draw of a whetstone. No one hurries. This is the slackening hour, when the day's making is mostly done, and what remains is tidying, sharpening, the putting away of tools. You can hear the row before you can see into it. A whetstone turns under a chisel's edge with a long wet whisper, back and forth, drawing the steel keen again for the morning. Underfoot, near the forge's mouth, lie the little dark flakes of scale swept from the anvil, and the earth is dark with them. Iron and wood keep company here at the lane's warm end, the one giving the other its edges and its bindings. The sounds are small and unhurried. A tap, a rasp, the scrape of a broom, the ordinary sound of tools set down gently at the close of the day. Nearest the smith, more often than not, stands the carpenter. Of all the village craftsmen, he is the surest to be here. Around the year 13 Utti, When the crown counted heads for its poll taxes, England held well over 10,000 of them, in the villages as much as in the towns. Most were modest men, householders with a strip or two of land, working wood between the seasons like everyone else. His shop smells of fresh oak and ash, and the floor is soft with shavings. He is the one who raises the houses and the barns, hangs the doors, and mends whatever the year has loosened or worn. His tools hang within reach along the wall, saws and augers, the broad-bladed adze, the chisels and the mallet, a bow drill, a plane. There is little here that a modern hand would not know at a glance, for the shapes of them have scarcely changed. In the corner lie the offcuts, pale planks and curls of bark, and the sawn ends of beams, kept for pegs and wedges in kindling. Wood was not wasted. A good piece set aside in autumn might become a handle or a hinge, batten by spring. He works slowly, by eye and by feel, and measures more with a marked stick and a knotted cord than with any rule. Whether the village keeps a wheelwright of its own is another matter. Wheel-making was a craft apart, close and exact, and a larger village might support a man known by that name alone. In an ordinary place, though, the same carpenter turned his hand to wheels when a cart or a plough needed one. Here he sits at a low bench, a curved draw-knife pulled toward him with both hands, shaping a length of oak to the slow curve a wheel asks for. The floor around him is deep in ribbons of wood. It is patient work, and it cannot be rushed, for a wheel that is wrong will not run true and will not last the winter roads. A wheel is a small marvel of fitted wood, and it takes more shaping than almost anything else he makes. At its heart is the nave, the thick oak hub bored through for the axle. Into it the spokes are driven, each morticed and snug, and around their ends the curved sections of the rim, the felloes, are fitted one to the next, so that the whole circle is built up in pieces of dry, seasoned oak. There is a great deal of judgment in it, in the angle of each spoke, in the dish that lets the wheel carry its load. Left as bare wood, though, the rim would soon splinter on stone and rut. When the wright has built the rim, the smith binds it, not with a single iron hoop shrunk on whole, for that way of doing it had been lost with the Romans, and would not return for centuries yet, but with strakes, short curved strips of iron, each nailed across a joint of the... And so the wheel becomes the work of two trades at once, fellows to hold them fast. You would see the smith come with his rod of nails and his strips, and fit the iron coal to the wood, strip by strip around the rim, until the whole wheel was shod. Wood-shaped, iron-bound, neither craft could finish it alone. The door is the other thing that needs both crafts, and there is one leaning here, newly made. The carpenter has cut it from broad planks, ledged and braced across the back, a plain and heavy thing. The smith has given it its iron, long strap hinges that reach across the boards for strength, turning on a pintle and gudgeon, a fixed pin set in the post, a socket fixed to the door so that it swings without a hinge of its own. Add a hasp and a staple for the latch, a few nails, and the door is finished. On old church and barn doors that still hang today, you can read exactly this quiet partnership of wood and iron. Look closely at how the frame of a house or a door is held, and you find no glue in any of it. The joints are cut by hand, a tongue of wood, the tenon, fitted into a slot, the mortise, and then pinned. The carpenter bores a hole through both pieces, slightly out of line, and drives a peg of dry oak through them, As it goes in, the offset draws the joint up tight and holds it there. The oak was often worked green and soft, and dried hard around the peg. No nails held the great frames together, no glue, only wood locked into wood, and a house so joined could stand for centuries. When a whole tree must be cut down into planks and beams, it is not done over a pit. The sawpit does not appear in England before the 15th century, still a long way off from these years. Instead, the log is slung up on a pair of high trestles, and two sawyers work a long saw between them. One stands above on the timber, guiding the cut and drawing the saw up. The other stands beneath in the fall of sawdust, pulling it down. It is heavy, steady labor, back and forth all day, and the pile of clean boards grows slowly beside them. Much of the wood in the village passed first through hands like these. Not every craft the village used lived in the village. The tight barrels and tubs, the co-opers' close-fitted, watertight work more often came from a market town, and the pots and jugs on the shelf were made in villages given over wholly to potting and bought from a trader who carried them round. So the shelves here hold a mixture: a stave-built pail bound with iron, a co-opered tub, an earthenware crock or two, a few turned bowls and wooden spoons, some made within a stone's throw, some carried a day's walk to get here. A village was never quite self-contained. It leaned, gently, on the roads and the markets around it. Step out into the lane again, and the row shows itself whole in the failing light. 3 or 4 workshops stand shoulder to shoulder, their timbers gray, their thatch dark against a sky gone the color of slate. Shutters are being drawn across the open fronts. Only the smithy still shows a low red seam of light at its door, the last of the banked fire. Wood smoke drifts from the roof holes and hangs low in the cooling air, sweet and resinous. It is quiet enough now to hear a single plane stop, and a tool laid down on a bench, and then nothing but the small wind moving along the thatch. There is no guild out here to order any of it. No hall, no masters, no 7-year rules. Those belong to the towns. In the village, the crafts ran instead in families, passed from father to son at the bench and the anvil, and open enough that a newcomer with skill could take a trade up. You can still hear those old family trades in people's names. Just as the smith gave England its commonest surname, the carpenter gave it right. The man who made wheels gave wheeler and cartwright. A name was once a living, and along a lane like this one, the living and the name were the same thing. One by one, the doors of the row close. The whetstone is still. The last shavings settle where they fell. The saws hang quiet on the wall. At the end of the lane, the forge holds its single ember of light, a little longer than the rest. Then that too is shuttered down for the night. What was shaped today will keep its shape: the wheel, the door, the smoothed and pegged frame, waiting through the dark for hands to take it up again. Overhead, the first faint stars come out above the dark ridges of the thatch, and the craft row gives itself over, slowly, to the quiet of the evening. Turn now from the iron and the anvil to the man who works them. He has no name we can give him, and that absence is itself the truth of him. For the smith was so ordinary a figure that his trade became the commonest surname in all of England. The reason is plain enough. Nearly every village had one, and needed one. Think of how many villages lay across the country, each with its forge and its man at the anvil, and you begin to see why, when families took fixed surnames, so many of them settled on the same plain word for the same plain work. The name did not pass down from one great family, the way a lord's might. It rose in 1,000 places at once, each unconnected to the rest. This smith here, that smith 50 miles off, another in the next shire, all taking the name for the same reason, and none of them kin to one another. Around it gathered the other trade names of the working village. Wright for the man who worked in wood, wheeler and cartwright for those who built the wheels and the carts. Plain Smith carried the iron trade. Blacksmith as a surname is almost never found. It was never needed, for everyone knew already what a smith worked in, and the byname was older than the fixed surname by a long stretch. In the North Country, in County Durham, a man was set down in a record of the year 975 as Exeard Smith. The trade already hung on him like a second name, 3 centuries and more before this evening at the forge. By the years around 1300, such bynames were slowly hardening into surnames that a son would inherit, whether or not he ever lifted a hammer. The work named the man first, then the name outlived the work, and traveled down to sons who had never smelt hot iron. What was his standing in the village? Here, the honest answer is that we cannot always say, and the uncertainty is not a gap in the record, but the shape of the thing itself. A smith might be a free man, holding his land and his forge in his own right. Or he might be the Lord's own bondman, a villain like his neighbors, tied to the manor and bound by its customs. His skill at the anvil did not lift him from the one standing into the other. A man could be unfree and still be the most needed craftsman for miles around. The forge did not decide it. Whatever his standing, the manor had its claims on him, as it had on everyone. If he was unfree, he paid the same dues as any villain, a fine when a daughter married, the best beast taken when a man died, small penalties in the manor court for this fault or that, and days of boon work owed at harvest when the Lord's fields had to be brought in. The craft exempted no one from custom. A man might spend his days giving the whole village its iron, and still owe the manor his own labor in the ripening corn, bent over the same sheaves as his neighbors. Some smiths, though, held their land in a way that bound the craft and the holding together. A cottage and a few acres might be granted to a man on the understanding that he keep the manor's plough iron sound, that he sharpen the shares and draw out the coulters, mend the harrow teeth, and see that the demesne's iron was always fit for work. The Lord, in these arrangements, often found the iron himself, delivering the raw bar to the forge. The smith gave his skill and his fire in return. The land was his wage, or a part of it, held not for rent in coin, but for service at the anvil. A survey of one manor, set down a little after these years and far to the north, lists a man simply as William Smith, holding a messuage and 4 acres, and making the iron work for 2 ploughs, the Lord finding the iron. He is only a line in a record, no face, no story, nothing more said of him. Yet that single line shows the whole pattern plainly. A smith with a house and a scrap of land, bound to keep the ploughs of the demesne in iron, and paid in the very holding he lived on. What the survey wrote down for him held true, in one form or another, for smiths across the whole country. For most smiths, the reckoning was not one thing but many, gathered in from every side. There was coin, paid job by job, a few pence for this piece of work, and a few for that. There were customary allowances in grain or food, measured out to him from the manor store. There was the smithy holding itself, land held cheap or held for service. And there were the standing arrangements to keep the Lord's own iron in good repair. No single wage ran through any of it. The smith's living was a patchwork, stitched together from the fields and the forge and the manor's account alike. For the forge alone rarely fed a family. The village was not large enough to keep a man at the anvil every hour of every day, and so the smith was also, very often, a man with land, a smallholder who worked his own strips between the jobs that came to his fire. His week bent with the season. When the ploughing pressed and every share came in worn from the soil, the forge was busy from first light. In the slack weeks, he was as likely to be found in his own field as at his hearth. The work followed the fields, as nearly everything in the village did. He appears in the records, when he appears at all, exactly as his neighbors do, no more remarkable in the manor's book than the ploughman or the shepherd. He sits on juries. He is fined a penny or two for some small trespass, an overgrazed beast, a broken hedge. Beside his name, a clerk sometimes wrote the old Latin word for his trade, faber, the maker. That is nearly all the rolls will give us. The smith turning up among the ordinary business of the village, one name among many, going quietly about the small dealings that filled a countryman's year. How did a boy become a smith? Not by any indenture sealed in a town, not by paying a master and serving 7 bound years. Those were the ways of the guild towns, and no guild ruled a village forge. Out here, the craft passed from father to son, or from a man to the boy who worked beside him, and it began at the humblest end. The child kept the fire and swept the scale from the floor. He worked the great leather bellows until his arms knew the slow, steady draft. Only later did they set him to the simplest iron of all, nails first, endless nails, long before ever a tool, and he learned it the way such things have always been learned, by watching and by doing it wrong until he did it right. There was no book to read, no drawing to follow. He stood at his father's shoulder and saw how the hammer fell, how the iron was turned on the anvil between the blows, how the eye read the color of the heat. Then he tried it himself and spoiled the work, and tried again and spoiled it less, season upon season, until his hands knew the craft without his thinking of it. The town boy had his 7 sworn years, the village boy had his father and time. It need not always have been a man at the anvil. One English picture, book of these very years, shows a smith's wife at the forge, bellows in one hand and hammer to the iron, forging the nails of a holy story while her husband stands aside. It is a scene from legend, not a record of any village, and we cannot say that women commonly ran the forges of the countryside, but the image was there to be drawn and understood, and it tells us this much, that iron and fire were not, to the medieval eye, only a man's work. By now the fire is low, and the hammer is down for the day. The smith sets his tools along the bench where his hand will find them at dawn, damps the last stray sparks, and draws the door to. Somewhere near him waits a cup of small ale, thin and mild, the ordinary drink of the working day, poured from an earthenware jug and taken without ceremony. He has given the village its iron and taken his living from a dozen sources at once, and now the day is done. The fire that did all the work still glows, banked and waiting, and it is to that fire we turn next. The fire you have been watching all evening is charcoal, and it always was. For a village forge like this one, inland, a long way from any coal field that mattered, charcoal is simply what a smith burns. It comes from the woods nearby, from coppice cut on its slow cycle and burned down to clean black fuel, and it does for iron what no ordinary fire would. Under the breath of the bellows it takes on a fierce, even heat, hot enough to bring a bar up through its colors without choking the fire with ash. There is nothing exotic in it. It is the most ordinary thing in the smithy and the most necessary. Look at the fuel itself, and it is unpromising. Light, black lumps of burnt wood, easy to break in the hand, staining the fingers, waiting in a basket by the hearth. But charcoal is wood with almost everything driven out of it, but its heat. It lights easily, burns clean, and gives off very little of the choking smoke that green wood would. What smoke it does give is faintly sweet and resinous, a soft woody scent that hangs about a forge and settles into the smith's clothes and hair. You would know a charcoal fire with your eyes shut. By the smell of it alone, there is a small puzzle buried in the word for it. In these years, when a man said coal, he most often meant this: charcoal, the burnt wood in the basket. The black mineral we now call coal was the odd thing, the newcomer that needed a name of its own, and so it was set apart as sea coal. The plain word belonged to the fuel of the woods. The stuff dug and shipped from far off had to be marked as different. It is a quiet reversal, and easy to miss, but it tells you which fuel a forge like this took for granted, and which one was still the stranger. As for why it was called sea coal, that is less certain than it sounds, and the honest answer is that no one is quite sure. Some say the first of it reached the southern towns by sea, carried down the east coast in boats from the north, so that people knew it as the coal that came off the water. Others think it was gathered along the shore itself, where the seams break at the coast and the tide loosens lumps of it onto the sand. Either way, the name stuck, and it carried in it the memory of somewhere else, a fuel from beyond the village, from the gray edge of the country where the land meets the sea. By this time, the fuel had a foothold in the greater towns. In London, a good 100 years before this evening, there was already a lane that took its name from it, a sea coal lane, recorded by the 1220s, where the black fuel was unloaded and sold. Think of that, a street named for a kind of coal in a city far to the south, while out here in the fields, the word coal still meant the charcoal in the basket. The two worlds ran on side by side, the old fuel of the woodland and the new fuel of the boats, each ordinary in its own place. The trade grew along the eastern water. From the mouth of the Tyne, near Newcastle, laden boats worked their slow way south to London and the other river towns, and by the middle of the same century, their coal was reaching the city's smiths and its lime burners, the trades that needed steady, greedy heat. For those craftsmen, close to the wharves where the boats put in, the black fuel made a kind of sense. It came off the water in quantity. It was there to be had, and a forge that lived beside a busy river could feed itself on what the tide brought up. And it was not only a thing of coasts and boats. Closer to home than a village smith might guess, the ground itself was being opened. Out to the west, in Derbyshire, Men were already digging coal from shallow pits, at Morley from around 1285, at Denbigh a few years after. Not so very far from the fields, you know. Where the seams lay near the surface, a pit was little more than a hole and a heap, and a few men with baskets. And the coal came up black and heavy, and quite unlike the light charcoal of the woods. The new fuel was creeping inland, pit by pit. With the new fuel came a new complaint, though it belonged to the crowded towns, and not to a place like this. In London, the smoke of burning sea coal was already resented. The air was said to be fouled by it, and in 1288 a royal commission was set to look into the corrupted air of the city. A generation on, in the first years of the next century, the king's men moved against the coal, burning trades again, with a proclamation that seems to have been little heeded. It would be too much to call it the first law against smoke, but the grumbling had begun, and it had begun over coal, back at a forge that did burn it. Sea coal had one real virtue that a smith could feel in his hands. It sat quietly in the fire, and did not throw up the shower of flying ash and sparks that some fuels do when the bellows drive them, so a man could work over it without the fire spitting into his face and his iron. It caked and glowed and held its heat close. For a smith near the coast, with the boats bringing it cheap, that was reason enough to bank his hearth with the black stuff, and let the woods keep their charcoal. But the black coal carried a fault that mattered more than its convenience, and it showed in the iron itself. Raw sea coal held sulfur, and sulfur is poison to hot iron. It works its way into the metal at welding heat, and leaves it short and brittle, apt to crack when it should bend. A smith doing rough work might live with that. A smith who cared how his iron behaved, who wanted an edge to hold and a weld to take, did not. This, more than anything, is why charcoal kept its place at the better forges long after the coal boats had begun their trade. The clean fuel made clean iron. The difference was there in the very air of the two fires. Charcoal smoke, as you have breathed it all evening, is a soft and woody thing, faintly sweet, the ghost of the coppice it was made from. Sea coal smoke is another matter. It carries a sharp, sulphurous edge, a catch at the back of the throat that the woodland fuel never has, the smell that the towns had learned to dislike. Out here, that edge is unknown. The smoke that drifts up through the smoke hole of this smithy and out over the thatch is the sweet kind. And it always has been, by this hour. The day's fuel is nearly spent. The basket by the hearth that stood heaped this morning is low. Now, a shallow bed of black lumps and dust, enough for the last small heats and no more. A village smith is sparing with his charcoal. It costs wood and a collier's long labor to make, and it is not burned for the pleasure of a blaze. Through the day, the fire was kept no bigger than the work in hand, drawn up bright under the bellows for a weld, let settle to a dull glow between whiles. What is left will do to see the evening out and to bank. Banking the fire is the last care of the evening, and charcoal takes to it kindly. The glowing lumps are drawn together into a close heap at the heart of the hearth, and a covering of ash and small dust is raked gently over them, shutting out most of the air. Starved of breath, the fire does not go out. It sinks into itself and smolders low and slow through the dark, holding its heat under the gray blanket. The water trough stands close by, as it always does, for a village of thatch and timber does not leave a fire wholly to itself. Come morning, A few strokes of the bellows will wake it again, so the fire keeps to the old fuel, whatever is happening on the rivers and at the pitheads to the west. The coal may be coming, down from the Tyne in boats, up out of the Derbyshire ground, into the smoke of the towns, but it has not come here, and there is no reason yet that it should. Here the fire is charcoal, and its smoke stays sweet, and the smith banks it as his father did before him. The last of the light has gone from the doorway now, and the forge is only a low red bed of embers, breathing quietly in the dark while the rest of the row settles toward sleep. The last piece is finished and set aside to cool, and there is no more iron to heat tonight. You would know it by the sound, or rather by the want of it. All through the day the anvil has been ringing, a bright, clear note where the hammer struck true, a duller one where it fell cold or wide. And now that ringing has stopped. The hammer lies on the bench where the smith set it down. The forge that breathed and blew hot under the bellows, an hour ago only murmurs to itself now, a low bed of coals gone from yellow down to a deep and quiet orange. The making is over for the day. What remains is not work so much as the careful putting away of the fire. The fire is not put out. A smith does not drown his forge at night and begin cold in the morning. He banks it instead. With a small rake he draws the scattered coals together into the heart of the hearth, gathers them close into a single low heap, and covers them over with ash and fine cinder, so the heat is held down and kept, breathing slowly to itself through the dark. Come the gray of morning, a few live coals will still be waiting under that soft gray coat, enough to raise the whole fire again, with a little kindling and a pull or two on the bellows. It is an old economy, and a careful one, for the village all around is timber and thatch, and a loose fire at night is a thing no one wants. By the hearth stands the trough, a plain wooden tub of water, and it keeps its place there through the night. All day it has done its quiet part, the hot iron plunged in to harden with a hiss and a breath of steam, a stray spark put out, the tongs cooled between heats. Now the hissing is finished, and the water has gone still and dark, holding the last red of the coals along its surface. But it is not tipped out. It waits beside the covered coals, the way a pail waits by any hearth in a thatched place, close to hand, should a cinder stir and catch where it is not wanted. Fire and water sit side by side in the dark forge, the one raked low, the other still and ready, keeping an easy peace between them until the light. There is a sweeping to be done before the light is let go. All day the hammer has knocked small flakes of dark scale off the heating iron, and they have fallen to the beaten earth floor around the anvil, brittle black leaves of burnt metal, cold now underfoot. The smith takes a besom of bound twigs and draws them together, the scale, the charcoal dust, the odd bent nail, into a small dark heap against the wall. It is not tidiness for its own sake. A clear floor is a safe floor, and iron that has fallen can be gathered and heated and made good again. Almost nothing here is truly thrown away. The broom hushes over the earth, back and forth, gathering the day's small leavings into the quiet. Each tool goes back to its place along the wall, and there is a place kept for everyone. The hammers are laid down in their row, the small cross, pane, and the heavier sledge, their oak handles worn pale and smooth where the hand has held them these many years. The tongs hang from their pegs above the bench, a whole family of them, each with its own bend and bite for gripping a certain shape of iron. flat jaws and round, long reach and short. The punches and the chisels are set by. The file, the rasp. A smith knows his own wall in the dark by long habit, and lays his hand on the right tool without looking. One by one they come to rest, cooling, still, ready for the morning. And the anvil itself comes to rest. All day it has been the middle of everything, a squat, dark block of iron on its great oak stump, taking blow after blow, and giving each one back, its bright ring, the very voice of the place. Now no hammer falls on it. It stands in the last of the firelight, warm still from the day's work, ticking very faintly to itself as the iron gives its heat up to the cool night air. The oak block beneath it, sunk a little into the earth floor and polished by long standing, holds it steady as it has held it for a lifetime of smiths, and maybe more. The anvil holds no fire to bank. It only waits, quiet now, for the first blow of the day that is coming. When the tools are away, and the fire is covered for the night, the smith closes up the front of the forge. Through the working day the smithy stands open to the air. It must, for the smoke to draw up and out through the gap in the roof, and for what light there is to fall on the work. Yet a forge is kept dim on purpose. In a shaded smithy, the iron can be read by its own glow, its heat told by color, from dull red to cherry to a climbing orange. Broad daylight would only wash that color away, and so the smith works in shadow by choice. Now he draws the heavy shutter across the window hole and pulls the wide door to, and the last blue of the dusk is closed outside. Within, there is only the deep red breathing of the banked coals, and the smith is not the only one closing up. All along the little row of workshops, the same settling is going on, trade by trade, door by door. Next along, the carpenter is laying down his tools among the pale curls of oak and ash shaving that carpet his floor. The steady rasp of the saw and the long stroke of the plane have stopped, and the whetstone that drew an edge back onto his chisel is set on its shelf. The wheelwright's felloes and spokes lean in their corner, the day's shaping done. One by one, the doors along the row are pulled shut and the shutters drawn, until the whole small street of crafts stands closed and dark, and the only glow left in it is the low red line beneath the smith's own door. The smith banks his fire and shuts his door and goes to his rest, as every soul in the village goes to its rest. His hands are quiet now, folded and still, the burns and the hard old skin of them easing on the blanket. He has done a full day of work, and by every ordinary reckoning, the work is over and behind him. And yet it is not, quite, for the gentle and particular truth of a mending trade is this, that when the mender lies down to sleep, the things he has mended do not lie down with him. They stay up, they stay at their work all through the night, out in the dark all around the sleeping house, holding and carrying and keeping the shape that he gave them, while the man himself sleeps on and knows nothing of it. Think of the door of the house across the way, the one whose hinge he set right only this morning. It had dropped and dragged and would not sit true in its frame, and he drew the strap of iron straight again and hung it back on its pin, and thought no more about it. That door is shut now for the night, with a family asleep behind it. And through all the dark, the hinge he mended, bears the whole weight of it, steady and uncomplaining, holding the heavy oak true on its post, keeping the cold night air on the far side of the threshold, hour after hour. The smith is asleep. The hinge is awake, if iron can be said to wake, and doing the very work he left it there to do, or the horseshoe, one of a set he shaped and fitted cold only a few days back and nailed home to the hoof. The horse it belongs to stands sleeping now in a byre some way off, one hind foot tipped and resting, its weight settled and easy. But the shoe is there beneath the hoof in the dark, close against the horn, guarding the soft foot from the stones of the lane. It will walk in the morning. It does not sleep. Iron does not tire, and it does not let go of the shape that was hammered into it. All through the still hours it keeps its curve against the hoof, worn a little smoother with every mile already behind it. And the man who made it lies deep asleep 3 fields away, and never gives it a thought. And the ploughshare, drawn out and repointed against the coming of the ploughing, leans now in the dark of a barn with the coulter laid beside it. That one does no work tonight. Its work is all still ahead of it. But it is ready. The worn edge given back, the point drawn true, the iron fit once more to bite the cold-turned earth when the oxen lean into the yoke. Beside it stands the cartwheel he bound this week, its wooden rim held fast by short strips of iron nailed across the joints, ready to carry a full load down the rutted lane. Neither of them stirs. They only stand in the dark and wait, mended, whole and sound, holding between them the quiet promise of the work that is still to come. So it is all through the sleeping village, with every small mended thing of iron. The pothook holds its pot above a banked hearth. The latch keeps its door. The reset sickle hangs sound on its nail, the patched cauldron sits true on its trivet, and the nails he hammered hold the shingles to 100 roofs against the pull of the night wind. None of it is watched. None of it is tended. It simply holds, in the dark where he left it, for what is mended holds, and the iron keeps the shape it was given. The smith sleeps, and his whole day's work sleeps nowhere at all, but stays up and at its post the long night through, quiet and faithful in the dark. So let the whole village go now, and the smith with it, down into the deep of his rest. There is nothing more for him to do, and nothing more for you to hold either. The fire is covered and safe. The tools are on their wall. The door is shut against the dark. Out in the night, the mended things stay faithfully at their posts without him. The hinge on the door, the shoe on the sleeping horse, the share leaning ready in the barn. Every one of them keeping the shape his hands gave it, steady and sure. Let them hold, and let the iron keep its shape in the dark. And somewhere under the same wide night the fires of a further trade are burning low, and the road of the iron runs back and back past the village into the woods. We come back now to the forge, in the deep middle of the night, when the fire is banked to embers, and the anvil stands cold on its block. On the oak bench, where the smith set it down at the day's end, there lies a single bar of iron. It is a plain thing, dark and pitted, a little longer than a man's forearm, and it will not stir until morning. But rest your eye on it a moment, in the low red light, and let a quiet question rise with the smoke. Where did it come from, this bar of iron? Not from here. Not from this bench, and not from these hands. The smith worked it, and will work it again, and knows its weight and its temper as he knows his own tools. Yet he did not make it. He never dug it, never burned it out of the stone, never saw it born. The iron came to him already iron, from far away, by a long, slow road, and tonight, while the village sleeps, we can follow that road backward, gently, all the way to the ground. Think of the smith, first, as the last pair of hands in a long line, and never the first. He is a mender and a shaper, not a maker of iron from nothing. When he needs metal, he does not go out to the hills to find it. He buys it in bars, worked and ready, the way you might buy flour rather than grow the wheat and grind it yourself. This is worth settling in the mind, because it is easy to imagine the village smith drawing his iron up out of the earth in some great heat of his own. He did not. He did not. No smoke of smelting ever rose from this small forge. The making of iron from raw stone was another trade entirely, done in other places by other people far from this bench. What happened here was only the last and nearest part of the story, the heating, the hammering, the giving of shape. The long beginning of the iron lay somewhere else, out past the edge of everything the village knew. So let the mind travel slowly, away from the sleeping village and out across the dark country. The iron was born far from the East Midlands, in regions the smith himself would likely never see. In those years, the making of iron gathered in a handful of places where the right things happened to lie close together, or in the ground, and wood enough to burn, and running water, and old knowledge passed down. Picture, then, hills folding away into evening somewhere off to the west and the north, wooded and quiet, with no village in sight. Under those trees, in those far valleys, the iron slept as stone. It was not yet iron at all, only a dull, heavy rock, the color of rust, waiting in the dark of the ground, as it had waited for longer than any counting. No one in the sleeping village thought of these places by night. Yet the bar on the bench had come from exactly such a country, carried the whole long way, and its journey began there, in the silent ground of somewhere far. Begin, then, with the ore, for that is where the iron begins. It is not bright, and it is not heavy in the way finished iron is heavy. It is a dull, earthy, reddish-brown stone, flecked and grainy, that a person might walk past 100 times and never guess held metal in it at all. It was dug from the ground, or gathered where the ground gave it up, in the iron countries far away. Turn a lump of it over in the mind, rough, cool, the color of rust and old brick, a little soil still clinging to it. There is nothing in the look of it to say that fire and patience could draw a plough, iron out of its heart, and yet that is what would happen to it, slowly, in another place. For now, it is only stone, heaped in a basket, or a wooden trug at the edge of a clearing, waiting its turn at the fire, as quiet and as unhurried as everything else in this long unhurried night. The greatest of these iron countries, in the smith's own age, lay away to the south and west, in the forest of Dean. Say the name softly, and let it stand for a whole world of woods. Coppiced oak cut and grown again on its old stools, damp leaf litter underfoot, and ore lying not far beneath. The Weald, too, off in the southern counties, gave its iron in these years, its wooded ridges much the same kind of country. These were not places of great noise. They were quiet woods, where a slow and patient trade went on among the trees, burning and digging and mending, far from any town. The iron that reached our village might have begun in either such place, or in one much like them. It is enough, tonight, to know that it came out of deep woodland somewhere, from among the coppice stools and the charcoal smoke, and that the trees and the ore and the slow work had all lain close together there, as they had for a very long time, and would for a long time yet. There were iron countries in the north as well, further from the village and stranger to it, up where the land goes bare and high. Furnace, away in the northwest, was one such place, and there were others scattered through the northern parts, in valleys with dark rivers running under bleak fells. The iron of the north came out of a harder-looking country than the soft woods of the south, but it came in the same way, by the same old patience, and it did the same work in the end. What matters, lying here in the warm dark of the forge, is only the sense of distance, that the plain bar on the bench might have been drawn from stone a great many days' travel off, in a valley the smith could not have pictured, under a sky he never stood beneath. The iron gathered itself, quietly, in these far places, and then began the long journey inward, toward the villages and the benches and the waiting hands, of which this village was only one among a great many. Now go to the fire that changed the stone, though it was a fire quite unlike the smith's own. Out in the iron country stood the furnace where the ore was turned to metal, and it was a low and humble thing, not the towering works a later age would raise. Picture it no higher than a person's waist, a stout little shaft built of clay and rough stone, its walls thick and cracked and stained with old heat, a small dark mouth at the top, and a single opening low at the base where the air went in. There was nothing grand about it. It squatted in its clearing like an oven of earth, patient and plain, and around it lay the ore in baskets and the charcoal in heaps, and the marks of many burnings gone before. Into this small clay furnace the ore would go, layered with fuel, and out of it, after long hours, would come iron. But slowly, always slowly. Nothing in this whole story was ever quick, in the furnace least of all. With the ore went the charcoal, and it is worth pausing on the charcoal, for it is the very same fuel the smith burns at his own forge. Not coal from any pit, but wood patiently charred to black, light, and dry and in the furnace the charcoal was layered in with the broken ore, turn and turn about, fuel and stone, packed down into the little clay shaft. The charcoal did two things at once, both quietly. It gave the great heat that the work needed, far more than raw wood could give, and, burning as it did, it drew something out of the ore and left the iron behind. A whole other night could be spent on the making of that charcoal, out in the coppiced woods, and in time we shall go there. For now let it be enough that the same black, brittle, ember-hearted fuel that warms the sleeping forge tonight was there at the very birth of the iron, feeding the low furnace in the far woods, long before the bar was ever a bar. Heat alone was not enough. The fire in the little furnace had to be driven, urged, kept fierce beyond what it would manage on its own, and that was the work of the bellows. Great leather bellows stood at the low opening in the furnace's base, worked by hand, hour upon hour, breathing air into the fire through a pipe of baked clay. Think of that long, patient labor in the dark of the woods, the slow squeeze and release, the the leather folding and filling, the air going in with a steady low breath, and the fire answering, brightening, sinking, brightening again. It was not a thing of moments. It went on and on, through half a day and into the night, one pair of hands and then another, keeping the same slow rhythm at the bellows, lever, so that the heat inside the clay could climb and hold. The iron would not come for anything less than that. Hours of breath, given to the fire by hand, in a clearing far from any village, under the trees. And here is the quiet marvel at the heart of it, the thing to hold on to as you drift, for all that heat, all those hours of breath poured into the fire, the ore never ran, it never flowed, never poured, never became a bright liquid to be tipped and cast like water into a mold. Inside the little clay furnace, the broken stone grew hot, dull red, and then a climbing orange, and it softened, and it gave up its slag, and the small grains of iron within it drew together and clung, but they stayed solid, a thickening, pasty, glowing mass, never once a liquid. The heat was written on it only as color, the same colors. The smith reads at his own forge, the deep red, the cherry, the climbing orange-yellow. There was no shining stream of metal anywhere in this. The iron was coaxed out of the stone while it was still, in its own strange way, a solid thing, and that fact shaped everything the smith could and could not do. After the long hours, when the fire had done all it could, the furnace was opened, and out from the heat was drawn the bloom. It is a plain, honest, ungainly word for a plain, honest thing, a rough, spongy lump of raw iron and slag together, glowing orange and dull red, riddled with dark pits and hollows, no bigger than could be handled. This was the whole yield of all that patience. Not a neat ingot, not a bright cake of metal, but a coarse pocked mass gripped hot in long tongs and carried out into the dark. Half of it, near enough, was not yet good iron at all, but slag and cinder caught up in the sponge, and that had to be dealt with before the iron was worth anything. Still, this was the moment the stone became metal. This dull, cindery, glowing bloom, hauled from the mouth of the little furnace in a clearing at night, was iron at last, born of ore and charcoal and hours of breath, and needing only to be beaten clean. So the beating began, and it was long, and it was slow, and it drove out the waste. The hot bloom was set upon an anvil, a squat block of iron on a great oak stump, and struck again, and struck. With each blow the spongy mass gave up a little of the dark glass caught inside it. The slag was squeezed and shaken and hammered free, flake by flake, blow by patient blow, until what remained was iron and iron only, close and sound. It was not the shaping of a tool yet, that came later and elsewhere. This was only the cleaning, the working out of everything the iron was not. Picture a figure at the anvil in the low glow, seen only from behind, the hammer rising and falling in no great hurry, and the dark scale scattering off the hot metal at every stroke. Over and over the same slow work, until the bloom was no longer a sponge of stone and cinder, but a solid clot of true iron, ready to be made into something that could travel. Consider the slag a moment, the thing driven out, for it too is part of the story. When the bloom was beaten, what fell away from it was a dark, glassy, brittle stuff, black and greenish-gray, flaking and cracking off the hot iron and settling on the ground. It was the part of the stone that was never iron, the earth and the impurity that the fire had loosened and the hammer now sent away. Where it fell, it might hold a dying ember, red in its cracks for a while, and then go cold and dull and spent, so much dark waste scattered on the beaten earth about the anvil. There is something restful in it, if you let there be, that the making of good iron was, more than anything, a long and gentle driving away of what was not iron, blow by blow, until only the true metal stayed. The slag lay where it fell, and was forgotten, and the iron went on, cleaner and closer with every stroke, toward its long life of use. Hold, once more, that strange and central truth, and let it settle you. In all of this, in all the smith's world and all his age, there was no molten iron and no pouring. This is worth saying slowly, for it is easy to imagine otherwise. No bright river of metal ran anywhere in these years. No one tipped glowing iron from a vessel like water into a shape. The iron was one solid and worked solid always. It was heated until it glowed and softened, until it could be bent and drawn and welded under the hammer, but it was never made to flow. To pour iron, a heat far greater than any of these furnaces could reach would be needed, and the works to reach it would not come for a long age yet, not in the smith's lifetime, nor his children's, nor for many generations after. In his world, iron was a thing you beat into being and beat into shape patiently in the solid. That single fact lay quietly beneath every nail and hinge and plough iron he ever made. Picture the little furnace once more, standing alone in its clearing, and let it stand for the whole shape of the age. Waist high of clay and rough stone, faint smoke rising straight into the still cold air above the trees, and nothing built up taller anywhere around it. The great towering furnaces, the ones that would one day melt iron to a running stream and pour it out by the ton, were nowhere in this world. They were not yet even dreamed. What the smith's age had was this: the low patient clay oven in the woods, and the bloom, and the hammer, and the long slow driving. Out of slag, it was a smaller way, and a quieter way, and it asked more of the hands and less of the machine. But it made good iron, sound and lasting, iron that would serve a plough for years and a hinge for a lifetime. The whole of the iron in the sleeping village, every edge and every nail of it, had come by this one modest road, out of ovens no higher than a man's waist, far away among the trees. When at last the bloom was clean and close and true, it was worked down into the form in which iron traveled. Not tools yet, but bars. The solid iron was drawn out under the hammer into plain flat lengths, dark and pitted, each a manageable weight, and these were what left the iron country to go out into the world. Picture several of them laid to cool together, greyed at the surface and warm still at the heart, plain and unlovely and full of promise. In this shape, the iron was neither ore nor tool, but something in between, a stock of worked metal ready for whatever hands should next take it up. It could be carried and stacked and traded and carried again. All the labor of the woods was folded into it now. The digging, the burning, the breath at the bellows, the beating out of the slag, folded quietly into a plain, dark bar that gave no sign of everything it had already been. And now the bar had only to make its way, slowly, toward a village and a bench. So the bars set out, bound together, a few at a time, tied with a twist of iron or a rough cord. They were made ready for the road, plain dark lengths, stacked and lashed and lifted. There is nothing here of hurry or of ceremony. The iron had waited in the ground for ages, and been won by long hours of fire, and now it would travel at the pace of a cart on a country track, which is to say slowly and by day, and with many a rest. It passed, most likely, from the ironmaster's hands to a trader's, and from the trader's toward a market, changing hands quietly as such things did, gathering a little to its price at each step. But under all the changing hands, it was still the same iron, the same patient metal born of stone and charcoal in the far woods, only now bundled and bound and pointed, at last in the direction of the villages that waited for it, of which ours, tonight, was one. Picture the road, then, in the gray of an evening much like this one. A small wooden cart on a muddy track, its load of iron under coarse sacking, a rough-coated ox plodding in the traces with its plain unmarked ears, and beside it a driver you would see only as a dim shape against the fading sky. Bare trees, a far-off huddle of thatch, the cold blue light going out of the day. The iron traveled like everything else traveled in that world, at the pace of a beast's slow step, over ground that turned to mud in the wet, along tracks that wound from one small place to the next. A journey of days, perhaps, over hills and through fords, the heavy bars shifting a little with each rut and rise. No one hurried it. It went as all goods went, patiently, from the woods where it was made toward the town where it would be sold, and the night came down over it on the road as it comes down now over the sleeping forge. See it at dusk from its edge, timber houses leaning near above a narrow street, a stone church tower dark against the last of the overcast light, a few unglazed windows shuttered against the cold, with here and there a thread of firelight leaking through, and the smoke of evening. And so, in time, the iron came to a market town, one of those small close-built places where the country's goods gathered and changed hands, drifting low over the roofs. Here, on some market day, the bars of iron were set out and sold, weighed and paid for in silver pennies, and taken up by a smith or by someone sent for a smith to be carried the last short way home. The town was as far as the iron traveled among strangers. Beyond it lay only the familiar country of the village, the known lanes, the known fields, and at the end of them the small forge with its bench waiting. The iron had almost arrived, only the last easy miles remained, and they were miles the smith himself knew by heart. Lay it all out once more, softly, the way you might tell over a thing to send yourself to sleep. First the stone, dull and red, in the dark of the ground in a far country. Then the low clay furnace among the trees, and the charcoal, and the long breath of the bellows. Then the bloom, glowing and pitted, drawn from the heat, and the slow beating, and the slag driven away, flake by flake. Then the bars, dark and plain, cooled and bundled and set upon the road. Then the cart, and the muddy track, and the days of patient travel, then the market town at dusk, the silver pennies, the carrying home. And then, at the very end of it all this, a single bar of iron, resting on a worn oak bench in a quiet village forge, with one faint line of ember light along its length, come at last to the place where it will be given its work. All that long road, folded now into one still thing in the dark, that will not stir until the morning wakes it. It is a road we can be sure of, this, and not merely imagine, for something of it was written down. In Kent, at a place called Toodley, the accounts of a 14th-century ironworks have come down to us, the very reckonings of such a making of iron, kept on parchment and kept safe through all the years between. We have, in that sense, the accounts themselves, a record, in faded brown script, of ore and fuel and labor and iron, from a working not so unlike the one we have followed tonight. It is enough, lying here, simply to know that it is real, that somewhere the patient trade of the woods was set down in columns by a careful hand, and that the parchment outlasted the furnace and the men and the very trees. We need not read a word of it. Let it lie there in the mind, an old roll of accounts on a dark table, proof enough that the iron's long road was walked, and walked again, and quietly written down. In the smith's own age, there were stranger ways, too, here and there, though they were few. In one place and another, some iron workers had begun to set the water itself to labor, letting a stream turn a great wheel, and the wheel drive a hammer or work the bellows, so that the river did what many arms had done before. It was rare and new and half strange in the smith's age, a thing heard of more than seen. Picture it only dimly, a dark wooden wheel turning in a black race in a wooded valley at night, a low shed behind it with a red glow within, the water going over and over in the cold. Most iron owed nothing to such places. Most was still won, and worked by hand alone, by breath and muscle in a clearing, as we have watched it won tonight. But the water wheels were there, a few of them, turning quietly at the far edge of the story, an early sign of ways of working that lay still far ahead, and that need not trouble the sleeping village nor us tonight. And one thing more, the softest and the last, before the road runs out into sleep. Not all the iron in the land was born in English woods. Some of it came from further still, over the water, carried in the holds of small ships across the grey seas from far countries, from the Spanish lands beyond the Great Bay, iron won in other hills by other hands and brought at last to English shores. Picture a small single-masted ship low on the dark evening water, its sail furled, riding quietly off a dim coast, with iron somewhere in its hold. That iron, too, would find its way inland, from the harbor to the town, from the town to the forge, to lie in the end on a bench like any other bar. From the near woods, or from over the sea, by cart or by ship, it all came to the same quiet rest. And so the road is walked, and the iron is home, and the forge is dark, and the long night holds, and there is nothing now to do but sleep. Before we let the road go entirely, stay a moment with the iron as the smith keeps it, here, in the corner of the forge where the store is held. He does not keep much at a time, for iron is dear, and coin is short, and a village smith buys as a village smith can, a few bars, a small sheaf of them, leaned upright in the darkest corner against the daub wall, or laid flat on a rough rack of pegs. This is the whole reserve of the place, if you think of it that way. Every hinge that has yet to be, every nail not yet drawn, every plough iron the coming season will ask for, waits here in these few plain lengths, dark and cold and patient in the shadow. He knows what he has to the last bar, the way a careful household knows its meal and its salt. And when a length is gone he will send for more, and wait, and the corner will stand a little emptier until it comes. But tonight it is stocked and quiet and enough. Picture his stall in the thin grey light of a market morning, under a rough awning of cloth, bars stacked and sorted by their weight and length, and about them the small wares a countryside forever needs. Nails by the hundred in wooden boxes, horseshoes strung on a cord, hinges. Think back, softly, to the market town, and to the one small place in it that joined our village to all those far woods, the stall of the man who dealt in iron. An ironmonger, such a one was called, and his was a humble trade of heavy goods, and hasps and hooks, a coil of chain. To this stall the smith came, or sent a boy with a few pennies knotted in a rag, and here the iron changed hands one last time before the fields. It was nothing grand, only a trestle and an awning and a patient man among his metal, yet through this one plain stall the whole long river of the iron ran, from the ovens in the far trees down to the hinge on a cottage door. The village never saw the woods. It saw only the stall, and trusted it, and went home with what it came for. There were no straight paved ways in that country, only the tracks that people and beasts had worn into the land, over long ages, green droving lanes, deep between their hedges, fords where a stream cut the path, muddy hollows churned by cartwheels, a stone-mended stretch here. And the roads themselves, give them a thought, the roads the iron walked, for they were old and few and slow, and there and then mire again. The iron went by these, as everything went, at the pace of hoof and wheel, resting at the small towns along the way, changing hands, waiting out the wet when the tracks grew too foul to pass. A load of bars might be days upon the road, or longer, creeping from the iron country toward the villages by a route no one had ever planned, that had simply grown, footfall by footfall, from one market to the next. Lie still, and follow one such lane in the mine, hedges dark against a failing sky, a rut of standing water, holding the last gray light, the way running on over the next low hill, and the next patient and unhurried, carrying its slow iron home. He lays one end in the fire, until it glows down through red to a climbing orange, then sets it over the cutting step of the anvil, and lays a chisel to the softened metal, and taps and turns and taps again, working a notch deeper round the bar with each light blow, until the hot. When the smith does at last take up a bar to work, he does not use the whole of it at once. He needs only so much for the thing in hand, a hinge, a hasp, a handful of nails, and so he must part a length from the rest, and even that is done by heat and patience. End drops away, glowing into the dark. The parted length he keeps by him to shape, the rest goes back to the corner to wait its turn another day. Nothing is wasted, and nothing is hurried. Even the simple act of taking what he needs is a thing of glow and rhythm, of the iron made soft enough to yield and no softer, and of an eye that reads the color and knows the moment. From the long bar, a small bright piece, from the far woods, a single nail. And here is a gentle thought to turn over as you sink. Not all the iron the smith worked came new from the bar at all. Iron was too dear to cast off, and so it was used and used again, and never truly thrown out. A share worn down past mending, a snapped hinge, a nail heap of bent and broken bits swept from the floor, a hook that had lost its use, all of it went back into the fire to be made young again. Under heat and the hammer, old iron and new could be forged, welded together as one, the broken given a second working and a fresh shape. So the horseshoe nailed to a plodding hoof might once have been the point of a plough, and before that some other thing again, its whole long history folded away and forgotten in the metal. Nothing said which it had been, the iron kept no memory a person could read. It only took the new shape it was given and held it, as willing to be a shoe as it had been to be a share. In the smith's corner, Then the past of the village lay quietly waiting to be worked once more. And last of all, let the mind go out once more. Far past the sleeping village, and the dark forge, and the store of cold bars in the corner, all the way back to the woods where the iron begins. For even now, tonight, the making of it goes on. Somewhere, under the far trees, a low fire is being fed and urged, hour upon hour, and a spongy glowing lump is being drawn from the heat and beaten clean, blow by patient blow, by hands that will never see this village nor know its name. While the smith sleeps, the iron of some year still to come is being won out of the stone. While the whole row of workshops stands dark and shuttered, the bellows breathe on in a clearing days away. There is no end to it, and no hurry in it. The road that brought the bar to the bench is being walked again, this very night by iron that has not yet met its road. And that is enough to rest on. The village sleeps. The forge is dark, and far off in the trees, the fire keeps its long and patient watch. Leave the forge behind now, and its warm glow, and go out from the village into the woods, because the fire the smith burns did not begin at his hearth. It began here, among the trees, in a quiet you can almost lie down in. It is dusk in a coppiced wood a little way from the manor in the slack half of the year, and the light is going gray-blue between the trunks. The last birds are settling. A wood at this hour makes only small sounds, a leaf turning loose, a branch easing, some soft-footed thing moving off through the undergrowth and gone. There is no village noise out here, no hammer, no voices, only the great patient hush of the trees closing over the day. Somewhere among them, a thin thread of pale smoke is rising, straight and slow, from a low mound of earth. That mound is where the charcoal is made, and the man who tends it will not sleep tonight, not truly, because the fire inside it must be watched. So let us go quietly toward that thread of smoke and spend the dark hours with him in the wood where the forge's fuel is born. He is called a collier, though the word has nothing yet to do with the black coal of the pits. It means simply the man who makes charcoal, the man who chars wood. And his whole craft, when you come down to it, is this: to keep a fire that never quite becomes a fire. Inside that mound of earth, the wood is burning, in a manner of speaking, but it must never break into open flame. If it flames, it turns to ash and gray nothing, and the work is lost. It must only smolder, deep and slow and starved of air, glowing without blazing, cooking itself black through the long hours. So the collier is a man who watches a fire all night so that it never wakes. That is the heart of it. He tends a thing that must stay half asleep, neither dead nor fully alight, hold for a day or more at that gentle smouldering edge. It is patient, lonely, unhurried work, work made entirely of waiting and small careful adjustments, and it suits the dark. Come closer and see how it is built and how it is kept. Think first of why the smith needs this at all, why he cannot simply burn ordinary wood in his forge. Plain wood will not do it. It burns with flame and smoke, but never grows hot enough in the smith's hearth to bring iron up to the working heats he needs, and it throws sparks and ash that foul the fire. Charcoal is different. It is wood, with all its smoke and moisture already driven out of it, wood reduced to almost pure black carbon, light and clean and dry. Under the push of the bellows, it burns fierce and steady and very hot, hot enough to soften iron to that glowing orange. The smith reads by eye, and it throws almost no flame of its own to spoil the work. So the whole village's ironwork, every mended share and drawn-out coulter and forged nail, rests in the end on this, on baskets of black charcoal carried in from the woods. The forge is only the last fire in a chain of fires, and the first of them is out here, in the dark under a mound of earth, tended by a man alone. And the wood these trees give is not taken wildly either. This is a coppiced wood, which means it is managed, worked, harvested like any other crop, only on a slower round. Certain trees, hazel and ash and oak and alder, will grow again from the stump if you cut them close to the ground, sending up a cluster of straight new poles from the old root or stool. So the woodmen cut them in a cycle, a different patch each year, and come back to the same stools years later to cut the regrown poles again and again for generations. The stool never dies, it only gives and gives. It means the wood is not wilderness, but a kind of slow field, a place that is used and renewed at the same time, forever supplying poles for fences and handles and hurdles and billets for the charcoal burn. The collier's fire, then, is fed by a wood that grows back. Nothing here is the last of anything. The poles he is charring tonight came from stools cut before he was born, and will be cut again long after, in the quiet, unhurried rhythm of the coppice. In a cleared, level place, swept flat, the collier sets up a stake or a little upright of poles at the center. And around that center he stacks his billets of coppiced wood, standing them close and leaning them inward, layer upon layer, packing them as tight as he can with See how the mound itself is made, for there is a real art in the building of it. It does not begin as earth at all, but as wood, gaps for air to run through. He builds it up and outward, until it becomes a low rounded dome, a great beehive of stacked wood, perhaps the height of a man, and several paces across. He chooses each billet, turns it, fits it to its neighbors, fills the hollows with smaller split wood. It is slow, deliberate work, done in daylight over hours, a whole small hill raised piece by a single pair of hands, and all of it, this careful mountain of wood, is only the beginning, for wood stacked in the open would simply burn. The real skill is in what he does next, to make it smolder instead. Over the stacked dome of wood, he lays a skin. First a covering of bracken, or straw, or leaves and green stuff gathered from the wood around him, spread over the whole mound like a rough blanket. Then, over that he throws earth and turf, and the dark, crumbled soil of old burns, working it up from the base with a wooden shovel, patting and packing it down with the flat of the blade until the entire dome is sealed under a smooth, close coat of earth. No wood shows through anywhere. What stands now in the clearing is a black hill of soil, damp and dark, with only a small opening left at the very top where the central shaft comes through. Sealed away in there, hidden under bracken and earth, is all that stacked wood, waiting. The covering is everything. It is what will hold the air out and keep the fire from breaking loose into open flame. It is the lid on the whole slow business. And it is not laid once and forgotten, either, but tended and mended all through the burn, wherever the earth cracks or slumps or lets a breath of air slip in. Now the fire is set, and it is set from above, down through that opening at the crown, The collier drops glowing embers, brought from a small fire he keeps at hand, down the central shaft into the heart of the mound, and adds a little dry kindling after them to catch. Down in the core, deep inside all that packed wood, a fire takes hold. He watches the top until he sees the first smoke draw up out of the vent, thick and pale, and knows the center has caught. Then he closes even that opening over, or nearly so, and the burn begins its long inward journey. From this moment, the fire will work not upward as an open fire does, but slowly outward and downward from that central core, creeping through the packed billets in every direction, charring the wood as it goes, held always beneath its lid of earth. There is no bright flame to see, no leaping light, nothing to mark the start of it. Only a mound of dark earth in a darkening wood, and a thread of smoke at its crown, and a fire now alight deep inside it that the collier has taken charge of for as long as it burns. Here is the delicate thing the whole craft turns upon. The fire inside must be given just enough air to smolder, and never enough to blaze. Too little air and the fire will falter and die in its earthy shell, and the wood will be left raw and useless. Too much air, a crack opened in the covering, a hole left too wide, and the fire will find it, brighten, catch into open flame, and run through the mound, turning good charcoal into worthless ash. Between those two failures lies a narrow, patient middle, and holding the fire there, in that slow, starved smolder, hour after hour, is the collier's entire skill. He does it by controlling the air, and he controls the air through the earth covering itself, opening a small hole here to draw the fire toward a cold spot, sealing a hole there where it burns too eager. It is not done by strength or haste, but by watching and small touches, a handful of earth added, a vent stopped with the heel of the hand. The fire is a half-tame thing kept always on the edge of waking, and his work is simply endlessly to keep it from waking all through the night. And because the fire sits always on that edge, the burn cannot be left alone, not for long, not by day and not by night. This is why the collier keeps his lonely vigil. A mound once lit and sealed will go on for a full day, or two, or several, depending on its size and the wood and the weather, and through the whole of that time it must be watched. It cannot be lit in the evening and left to itself till morning, the way you might bank a hearth and go to bed. A charcoal burn left untended will find its own way to ruin, cracking open and flaming out, or choking and dying, while no one is there to catch it. So the collier does not really sleep while it burns. He dozes perhaps in snatches near the mound, one part of him always listening, but he does not lie down for a proper night's rest and give the fire up to the dark. For as long as it burns, he belongs to it. His days and his nights fold into one long watch, measured not in hours slept, but in the slow blackening of the wood inside. Watch him tend it, then, in the small hours, for the tending is a quiet and repeated thing. He walks slowly around the mound, close to it, reading it. Where he wants the fire to move, he takes a stick or an iron and pierces a small hole through the earth coat, low down, to let a thread of air in and draw the smolder that way. Where the fire has done its work, or burns too hard, he stops the holes again, pressing earth into them with his hand or his heel until they are sealed and the air is shut out. Round and round, hole opened, hole closed, all night, guiding the slow fire through the wood, the way you might steer something very gentle and very slow with the lightest of touches. There is nothing hurried in it. He pierces, he watches the smoke, he seals, he moves on a few paces and reads the mound again. It is the same few small acts, over and over, through the whole dark. And by them the fire is kept smouldering evenly all through the mound, charring every part of it, wakening nowhere into flame. Much of what he knows from the smoke. It is his one clear window into the hidden fire, the only news the sealed mound gives him, and he learns to read it as the smith reads the color of hot iron. In the beginning, when the fresh, damp wood is only warming, the smoke comes thick and white and heavy, the steam of moisture driving off. Later, as the wood dries and truly begins to char, the smoke thins and turns a faint blue and grows less. And near the end, when the charring is nearly done, the smoke almost fails, only the faintest haze rising from the vents. So by the color and the weight of the smoke, and where it rises thick and where it has thinned, he can tell what the fire is doing deep inside where no eye can follow, which parts are still green and wet and which are finished, and where to open a hole and where to close one. In the dark he can barely see the smoke at all, only smell it and catch it pale against the last of the sky. But he has done this so long that he reads it half by habit, almost by feel. There is no hurrying any of this, and that is perhaps the strangest thing about the work to us, who are so used to haste. A single burn might run a full day and night, or closer to 2, before the wood is charred all the way through. A good-sized mound of a few tons of wood may take something near a day and a half of steady smoldering to finish. And through all those hours, there is nothing to do but tend and wait. The fire keeps its own slow time, and the collier keeps time with it, and neither can be rushed. You cannot make charcoal faster by wanting it faster. Push more air in to hurry it, and you only ruin it in flame. So the work teaches a deep, unhurried patience, the patience of someone who has handed himself over to a process slower than he is. The wood will be black when it is black, and not before. Out here, in the dark wood, with the mound smoldering, and the night stretching long, time itself seems to slow and thicken, measured only in the creeping change of the smoke and the gradual settling of the mound as the wood shrinks to charcoal within. He does not keep this watch out in the open, but from a rough small shelter he has built for himself close by the burn. It is the simplest kind of dwelling, a hut of poles leaned together into a cone or a low ridge, thatched over with bracken and turf, and boughs cut from the wood around it, just enough to turn the rain and hold a little warmth. Inside, there is room to sit, and to lie curled, and little else, a bed of dry bracken, a pot, an axe, a few tools, the small fire he keeps for warmth and for lighting the mound. From its low doorway, he can see the dark shape of the burning mound a little way off, and its thread of smoke against the sky, so that even resting he keeps half an eye on it. He may live in this hut for days at a stretch, or for weeks, moving it only when the burning moves to a fresh part of the wood. It is a bare, plain life, stripped down to the fire and the trees and himself. But it is his own, and it is quiet, and out here that quiet is nearly total, for the collier is alone out here, genuinely and deeply alone, in a way that was rare even then and is rarer still now. He might go days without seeing another living soul, without hearing a human voice but his own. The village lies off beyond the trees, close enough in miles but a world away in feeling. Here there is only the wood and the mound, and the long turning of day into night and back again. We should not make this solitude into something dark or fearful. There is no need to imagine him as an outcast or a figure to be shunned. He was simply a man doing a trade that had to be done far from the village, in the woods where the wood was, and he kept to himself because his work kept him there. Perhaps he liked it. Many who take up such lonely crafts do. There is a peace in it that a crowded village cannot give, the peace of long silence and few demands, of belonging to no one for a while, but the fire and the trees. His was an austere and solitary life, yes, but not necessarily an unhappy one. And on a quiet night like this, it might feel less like loneliness than like a great and gentle calm. And he is not, in truth, entirely without company, for the wood at night is full of small, soft life. Lie in the doorway of the hut and listen with him. The wind moves in the high branches with a long sighing that rises and falls like slow breathing. Now and then, an owl calls, a low, quavering note, and is answered from somewhere further off, and then silence again. Small things stir in the leaf litter, a mouse, a beetle, something creeping about its own night business. A branch settles under the weight of nothing you can see. Leaves let go and drift down. The mound itself makes a faint sound as it works, a low ticking and settling as the wood shrinks and the earth shifts over it. None of these sounds is alarming. Together they make a kind of quiet company, the ordinary voice of the wood keeping on around him through the dark. He has heard them so many nights that he barely notices them, and yet they are always there, a soft, continuous murmur beneath the silence, so that a man alone in the wood is never quite in silence, and never quite alone. So the deep of the night finds him at his slow rounds. He rises from the bracken bed, ducks out of the low hut, and goes to the mound in the dark, guided as much by the smell of the smoke and the faint warmth off the earth as by any light. His own small fire glows low at the hut, and the mound gives off only the dimmest hint of red where a vent is open, so he moves mostly by feel and long habit, his feet knowing the cleared ground around the burn. He lays a hand on the earth coat here and there, testing its warmth, judging by it how the fire runs beneath. He looks to the smoke, a pale ghost against the night sky. He opens a hole, or closes one, or adds a little earth to a spot that has slumped. And then, the round finished, he may sit a while by the mound in the dark, or go back to the hut and doze, until something, some change in the smell, some shift in the sound, calls him out to walk around it again. All night it goes like this. The fire and the man, the mound and its keeper, turning slowly together through the dark. Once in a while the fire tries to wake, and then he must catch it. A patch of the earth covering slumps as the wood shrinks beneath, or cracks in the heat, and a gap opens. Air finds the gap, the smolder brightens toward it, and a small tongue of real flame shows at the surface, licking up where no flame should be. He knows it at once, by the light of it, or the change in the smoke, or a sound, and he answers it calmly, without fuss, for he has seen it 100 times. A shovelful of earth thrown over the break, patted down firm, and the air is shut out again. The flame, starved, sinks back into the safe red smolder it came from. It is not a crisis, only the ordinary work of the watch, the reason the watch exists at all. This is the whole meaning of the long vigil, held in a single small act repeated through the night. The fire rises, the fire is covered, the fire settles. He keeps it always just below the point of waking, and each time it strains toward flame, he lays it gently down again under its blanket of earth, and the slow charring goes on. When at last the burn is done, and the whole mound has charred through and the smoke has all but failed, the collier lets it cool, and then he opens it. He rakes back the earth and the spent bracken, and draws out from within not wood any longer, but charcoal, black, light, brittle, ringing faintly when the pieces knock together, each billet keeping the shape it had as wood, but turned now to clean dry carbon. And here is the sober arithmetic of the craft. All that great mound of stacked wood, raised so carefully piece by piece, yields only a fraction of its bulk in charcoal, something like a third of it by weight in a good burn, and less if the burn went badly. The rest has gone up the vent as smoke and steam, and vanished into the night air. So a mountain of wood becomes a modest heap of black, and that is as it must be, and the collier knows it and reckons on it. What is left is worth the loss, for this light black stuff will burn hotter and cleaner than any wood, and it is this, and only this, that will bring the smith's iron up to heat. He draws the charcoal out, and lets it lie and cool completely, spread on the cleared ground, for charcoal drawn too hot and shut up will smolder again and catch, and so even now, at the very end, the fire must be watched a while longer. When it is cold and safe, he gathers it, filling baskets and sacks with the black brittle pieces, careful not to crush too much of it to useless dust. It is light to lift, far lighter than the wood it was, so that a sack of it weighs almost nothing for its size, and a load that would have bent him double as timber, he can carry out easily as charcoal. They will go from here to the village, or to the market town, and from there to the forge, where the smith will feed this black wood, that is no longer wood, into his hearth, and blow it to that fierce, clean heat, never thinking, perhaps, of the man in the wood who sat up night. These sacks are the whole harvest of his long, lonely watch, the reason for the mound and the vigil and the days in the wood after night to make it. But the chain runs back to here, to this cleared place among the trees. These men left little behind them. No buildings, no records of their own, nothing but the black, burnt circles of their old hearths in the woods, slowly greening over. And yet, in one quiet way, their memory lingers still, written faintly onto the land itself. Here and there across the country, there are places whose names remember the charcoal burners, old field names and hill names, carrying the word for coal or the trade of the collier, given so long ago that no one now recalls the men who earned them. A rise of ground called something like Coleman Hill, a wood or a clearing whose name holds the old sound of the coaling, may mark a place where, long ago, mounds like this one smoldered under the trees, and a lonely man kept his watch. The names outlasted the men, and the work both. It is a soft, small immortality to be remembered not by your name, but by your trade, in a word worn smooth on the map. And it suits them, somehow, these keepers of a quiet fire in the woods, that what remains of them is only a faint mark on the land, a place name, a greened-over hearth, and the charcoal that went to warm 100 forgotten hearths and forges. From here the charcoal goes to the smith, and in his hearth it burns hot enough to soften iron, and by that heat he mends the ploughshare that turns the field, and forges the nails that hold the barn, and shoes the horse that draws the cart, and gives back its edge to the sickle. So think, as the night draws on, of how far this quiet fire in the wood reaches. The mound smouldering here in the dark is the beginning of a chain that runs, unbroken, all the way to the warm heart of the village. That will cut the grain. Every fire in that chain depends on this first one, the slow, cold, seeming fire in the earth, tended by a man alone. The bright, busy forge that the whole village leans on is only the last link. The first is out here, hidden, patient, quiet, kept alive through the dark by someone the village hardly sees. There is a kind of gentle order in it, a long line of fires and hands stretching from this lonely wood to the ringing forge, and you can follow it in your mind as you drift, link by warm link, from the black mound under the trees to the glowing iron on the anvil and back again. But for now, leave the forge and the village and the whole long chain, and stay here a moment more, in the dark wood, with the collier and his mound. The night is deep now, and the burn runs on, quiet and low, the thread of smoke rising pale and thin against the stars over the black treetops of the wood. He has made his round and sat a while, and gone back to doze in the hut, one ear still turned to the fire. Nothing hurries. Nothing is asked of the hour, but that it pass, and that the fire, deep in its mound, keep its slow smolder and not wake. That is all his long watch comes to. In the end, a man in the woods, keeping a fire gently asleep through the night, so that in the morning there will be charcoal and warmth and mended iron, and the ordinary life of the village going on. Let that be the last thing in your mind as you settle. The quiet wood, the low mound, the faithful smoke, and the patient man who watches the fire all night so that it never wakes. The burn will hold till morning. He will see to it. You can let go and sleep, out beyond the burn, where the fire's light does not reach. The wood is quietly making more of itself. The stools he cut a few winters back, the low old stumps of hazel and ash close to the ground, are not dead things and not idle. Even now, in the dark, in the cold slack of the year, they are holding their gathered strength down in the root, waiting on the spring. Come the warmer months, they will send up their new poles again, a fresh crown of straight young shoots from each old stump, faster than any seedling ever could, because the root beneath them is already old and deep and sure of itself. So while he watches his fire, the wood is preparing, without any hurry, the wood that will feed some other fire years from now. Nothing is spent here that is not also renewed. The poles charring in his mound tonight rose from stumps like these, and these stumps, cut in their turn, will rise again for a collier not yet born. It is a slow, circling patience, older than the man and older than the trade, the quiet, dependable regrowth of a wood that has been kept and kept again for longer than anyone now remembers. Nearer the hut, in the deeper shadow, stand the stacks of wood already cut and waiting their turn. He built them in the drier months, split lengths of coppice, laid criss-cross in long, low ricks, open to the air on every side, so the wind could move through and draw the wetness out. Wood still green from the tree will not char cleanly. It fights the fire, steams, and sulks, and gives back only a poor, soft char. So it must season first, standing a year or more in these open stacks, slowly letting go of its water, growing lighter and drier and readier, until it knocks hollow when you wrap two pieces together. That is how he knows it is time. Some of what waits here he will not touch this season, nor perhaps the next. It stands and dries and keeps, needing nothing from him but to be left alone in the air. There is always wood ahead of him and wood behind. The seasoned stack ready for the mound, and the fresh cut stack only beginning its long wait. He moves through them in order, always a year or two ahead of himself, the way a careful man keeps something by. And the stacks stand quiet in the dark, graying slowly, waiting, sit with him now in the doorway of the hut, and do nothing but listen, for that is most of what his watching is. The mound has a sound if you are still enough to catch it. Not loud, never loud, but there, under the wind and the wood, a low, slow working, a faint sigh and settle as the fire feeds and the wood shrinks within. He has listened to it so many nights that he hears it, the way you hear your own breathing, without meaning to, and he would notice at once if it changed. When the burn goes evenly, it keeps a kind of steady, drowsy rhythm, a long, soft drawing in and letting out, as though the whole earthen mound were something asleep and dreaming. When it strains, when it wants more air than it should have, the sound sharpens and quickens, and he lifts his head. But mostly, on a good night like this, it only breathes, slow and even and untroubled, and he sits and listens to it breathe, and the sound of it, patient and unhurried in the dark, is company enough. A man and a fire, keeping each other's quiet time through the long middle of the night. A little rain comes in the small hours. No storm, only a soft, steady falling that he hears first in the high leaves and then feels cold on the back of his hand. He does not mind it. A gentle rain is a friend to the burn, for it wets the earth's skin of the mound and helps it hold, damping any spot that might have crept toward flame, keeping the whole dark dome cool and close and sealed. He watches it patter on the packed soil, darkening it, running in little threads down the sides and soaking in, and the mound takes it and is not troubled, the hidden fire deep within, going on untouched beneath its wet covering of earth. Only a hard driving rain would trouble him, beating the covering thin or washing a channel through it. This soft fall does nothing but good. So he draws back a little into the doorway, out of the worst of it, and lets it come. Wood drips even. The mound steams faintly, where the warm earth meets the cool wet, and the rain and the fire, the water above and the low smolder below, keep their strange gentle balance through the dark, and he need do nothing but watch them hold. The rain eases, and the wood fills again with its small ordinary voices. This is the deep middle of the night, the part with no name, when even the owls have fallen quiet, and what is left is only the wood being itself in the dark. A slow drip from the leaves, long after the rain has stopped. The creak of a bough somewhere, easing in the cold, the small dry rustle of something moving through the fallen leaves and gone before he can name it. The wind coming and going high above. A long, soft breath through the bare tops, and then stillness. None of it means anything. None of it wants anything of him. It is simply the wood, keeping on around him, as it has every night he has watched here, and every night the colliers before him watched. He is alone, and yet the sound of the wood is a kind of company, not warm, not speaking, but steady and old and unbothered by him, a vast patient quiet that has room in it for one small waking man beside one small hidden fire. He listens, and he is not lonely, and the night goes on around him, unhurried, keeping its own long, dark time, and though it is a long way off yet, and this night is far from done, there will come a morning at the end of all this waiting. Not tonight, for the burn has hours still to run, and he will watch them out as he has watched out so many. But a morning, some morning soon, when the smoke has thinned to almost nothing, and the mound has cooled and given up its black harvest. Then the sacks will be filled and shouldered, light as their size never promises, and carried out along the dark path through the trees toward the waking village, toward the forge that has been waiting on them all this while. He does not think of it now. Now there is only the mound, and the dark and the patient good work of keeping the fire from waking. But the morning is there, at the far end of the night, the way a morning always is, certain, and in no hurry to come, and sure to come all the same. Let the thought of it settle you, as it settles him, the sacks not yet filled, the path not yet walked, the whole quiet errand still folded up in the dark, waiting, like everything here, for its slow and certain time. We have come back, one more time, to the forge, the same low room we stepped into at the beginning of the evening, only quieter now, the fire drawn down to a soft bed of coals that breathes without being asked. You know the place by heart already, the squat anvil on its block of oak, the wall of tongues gone still, the water in the trough holding a little of the last light. Nothing here needs doing tonight. The heats are finished, the hammer has been set down, and the room has that warmth a room keeps for a long while after the work in it has ended. And yet the forge is not empty of labor, for the labor of a smithy is not only the making of things but the slow passing on of the making, and that quieter work has gone on in rooms like this one for as long as there has been a village to gather around them. Stay a while by the coals, let the warmth find your feet. Tonight there is nothing to shape and nothing to hurry, only the long soft telling of how the craft was learned and how the year turned around it, over and over, in a room much like this. There were, on most evenings, such as this one, two shapes by the fire and not one. A man at the anvil, and near him, lower and smaller, a boy, half in the glow and half in the dark, watching more than working. This was how the craft moved from one life into the next, not through any school and not through any written word, but here, at the same hearth, in the same warm shadow, a father and his son. The boy did not begin with the hammer. No one began with the hammer. He began at the edges of the work, where a small pair of hands could do no harm and take no hurt, fetching, holding, feeding the fire, keeping out from underfoot, and learning with his eyes long before his hands were trusted. Year upon year, the distance closed between the boy at the wall and the man at the anvil, until one evening, without any moment you could name, the boy was the one who read the iron, and the father was the one who watched. It was the oldest lesson in the village, and the gentlest, and it asked only time. The first task given to the boy was the fire itself, for before iron can be shaped, it must be brought to heat. And that was work a child could learn without ever touching the metal. He learned the bed of coals, the way you might learn a sleeping animal, where it ran hot and where it had gone gray, how to draw the live embers together into a close glowing heart and feed them a little at a time, never smothering, never letting them go cold. Too much fuel and the fire choked, too little and it faded, and between the two lay a narrow, patient middle that only the hands could learn, never the telling. He tended the charcoal, the clean woodland fuel that burned hot and threw no flying ash, raking it, banking it, coaxing it, until the heart of the forge sat steady at the color the day's work needed. It seems a small thing, the keeping of a fire. A smith who could not hold his heat could shape nothing true, and so the boy's whole first year was given, quietly, to learning how to keep a small fire exactly as warm as it was asked to be. After the fire came the bellows, and with the bellows the boy learned the breath of the forge. Great leather bellows worked by hand, a slow deep pull and a slow steady push, and the fire answered each one, brightening under the draught and settling in the pause, so that the whole hearth seemed to breathe along with the arms that worked it. This too was harder than it looked. Push too fast, and the coals scattered their heat and threw sparks. Push too slow, and the iron cooled in the fire before it was ready, and the right breath changed with the work, gentle for a small heat, deeper and longer for the welding heat that climbed toward white. The boy stood behind the bellows for many an evening, watching the iron over his father's shoulder, matching the breath of the fire to the color of the metal, learning without words that the bellows were not a labor of strength, but a labor of listening. When the man said nothing, the fire said everything, and the boy learned to read one from the other, until his arms kept the fire at its heat without his mind having to ask them to. There was, always, the sweeping. The floor of a forge gathers the leavings of the day, and the boy came to know them all by touch and by name. There were the little dark flowers of scale, the flakes that leaped off hot iron under the hammer and settled cooling on the beaten earth, brittle and black and faintly warm. Each evening the boy swept it into the corners and out at the door, and though it seemed the least of the work, the lowest rung of it, it was also how he came to know the shape of the whole room in the dark, where the trough stood, where the bench ran, where a stray spark might. There were the ends of rod too short to work, the split husks of burnt charcoal, the fine gray dust that settled on every ledge, find its way to straw. Fire discipline was no small matter in a village of thatch and timber, and the boy who swept the forge each night learned, without being told, to keep the fire and its leavings apart. The sweeping was humble work. It was also the beginning of care, and care was half the trade. When at last the boy was given iron of his own to shape, it was not a tool and not a blade, but a nail, and a nail is a fine teacher. It is small, so little iron is lost if it comes out wrong. It is simple, 4 sides drawn to a point and a head upset at the top, and it is wanted in its thousands, so a boy could make them all evening and never make one too many. Nails held the whole village together, the boards of a door, the strakes on a cart wheel, the shoe on a horse's hoof, and so the humblest thing the smith made was also among the most needed. The boy drew the hot rod out thin, cut it, set it in a heading tool, and struck the head down with a few sure blows, and if the point was crooked or the head was split, he threw it back in the fire and began again. There was no shame in the failures, for that was the lesson exactly. He learned the nail by making it badly, over and over, until one evening he found he was making it well, and did not remember when the change had come from nails. The boy climbed slowly to tools, and here the making grew harder, and the stakes grew higher, for a tool must not only take a shape, but hold an edge and bear a strain. He learned to draw out a chisel, and set the temper on it, to point a spike, to turn an eye at the end of a bar for a rake or a hook, to weld a strip of hard steel onto the soft iron body of a blade so that the edge would keep and the back would not shatter. Each of these was a small mastery of its own, learned the same patient way, by watching his father's hands, and then failing at it until his own hands understood. The wall of the forge filled slowly with the shapes he would spend his life making. Tongs and hammers and hooks, hasps and hinges and staples, the quiet iron furniture of an ordinary village. None of it was grand, none of it was meant to be. It was the iron that the fields and the houses leaned on, and to make it well, night after night, year after year, was the whole of the craft, and enough for a life. There was a rhythm the boy had heard from his first evenings by the fire, the two-beat working rhythm of the forge, the ring of the shaping blow on the iron and the lighter dead tap on the anvil face between, a bright note and a soft one, over and over, the sound a village fell. So the anvil passed, in its slow way, from the father's hand to the son's, asleep to and woke to for 100 years. The boy had listened to it long before he could make it. Then, one evening among all the others, the bright note was his, struck true where he meant it, the anvil singing its clean ring back to him, and he answered it with the soft tap and the next blow, and the rhythm was his to keep. His father, by then, was more often at the wall than at the block, watching the way he had once been watched, saying little, for by now there was little left to say. The craft had crossed the small distance between them the way it always crossed it, not in a day and not in a lesson, but slowly at the same fire until one smith had quietly become another. There a boy did not simply learn from his father at the family fire. He was bound, by a written indenture, to a master for a term of years, 7 of them most often, to be fed and clothed and taught the whole mystery of the trade before he could work on his own account and take. In the towns, they did it differently, and it is worth pausing once on the difference before we let it go. Apprentices in his turn. It was a serious thing, sealed and witnessed, and behind it stood the guilds, the companies of a craft that ruled who might practice it within the town walls. Out here in the village, there was none of that. No guild ruled this forge. No indenture bound this boy, no term of years was counted out. He learned the way village children had always learned at his father's side, by watching and by doing it wrong, until he did it right. The town's 7 years were a contract. The village's years were simply a childhood spent near a fire. Both made smiths, only one of them was written down. The trade ran in families, and so, in time, did the name. You have heard already, earlier in the evening, why Smith is the commonest surname in all of England, that nearly every village had its forge and its smith, and that the word for the man became the word for his line. What began as a plain description of what a man did, the smith, the one at the fire, hardened over the generations we are drifting through into a name, a son carried whether or not he ever lifted a hammer. The occupational byname was older still than fixed surnames. A man could be set down simply as Smith, long before such names were passed on by blood. And around the forge, the same thing was happening to the other crafts, so that a whole village of names grew up out of a whole village of work. To lie in such a village at night was to lie among names that were once only tasks, the trades of the place written quietly into the people of it, generation after generation, the way the craft itself was written into their hands. The wheel, you will remember, took 2 trades to make, the wright to shape the hub and the spokes and the curved fellows of the rim, and the smith to bind it with iron, in short strips strakes nailed across the joints, and never in one great hoop for that way of rimming a. The wright shaped the wood, and his name went the same way as the smith's. Wright and cartwright and wheeler, names that were once a morning's task and became a family's line, the carpenter and the maker of carts and the maker of wheels. Wheel had gone out of the world with Rome and would not return for centuries yet. So the crafts leaned on one another, the way the names would come to sit side by side in the roles, the smith and the wright, the wheel passing between their two fires and two benches before it ever turned on a road. In the quiet of the night, the finished wheels leaned against the workshop walls, up and down the craft row, waiting, and the men who made them slept, and the trades and the names that carried them slept too, to be taken up again with the light. And the smith, like so many in the village, did not live by the forge alone. The fire rarely fed a family on its own, and so most smiths held a little land beside their craft, a cottage and a few acres, a strip in the open fields, a beast or two, so that the iron and the earth together made a living where neither would have made one apart. He worked his ground between his heats, busiest at the forge in the ploughing seasons, and busiest in the fields when the forge fell slack, the two halves of his year fitting together like a well-drawn joint. Some smiths held their very land by their craft, granted a holding in return for keeping the manor's plough iron sound, the lord finding the iron and the smith, the skill. However he came by it, the man at the anvil was also a man with soil under his nails, and the boy who learned the fire learned the fields alongside it, so that the craft we have been watching was never the whole of the life, only its warm and ringing. Let the year turn now, slowly, the way it turned around the forge, for the smith's work followed the fields as faithfully as the fields followed the sun. Begin where the year begins, in the gray weeks before the spring ploughing, when the plough irons came back to the fire. The share that cuts the furrow and the coulter that slices before it wore, themselves blunt against soil and stone all season, and before every ploughing they came to the forge to be drawn out again and given back their edge. This was the smith's truth, the one worth carrying into sleep. Most of what he did was not making but mending. He did not hammer out a new share each morning. He took the worn iron and pointed it again, over and over, season after season, so that the same iron served field after field for years. The accounts of the manors show it plainly, more paid for the sharpening of old irons than for the buying of new. Out of the fire in the ploughing weeks came, most of all, the patient renewal of edges that had done their work and would do it again. When the irons were sharp, the ploughing came, and for a little while the forge grew quiet as the fields grew loud, though loud is far too strong a word for it. For a medieval ploughing was a slow thing, ox or horse leaning into the yoke and the long strips of the open field. Turning over one furrow at a time, the smith's iron went out into the earth then, the share and the coulter he had mended, cutting and turning the ground he could see from his own door. His winter work walked away into the fields on the feet of his neighbor's beasts, and he could stand in the smithy mouth of an evening and watch the strips darken as they were turned, knowing his hand was in every one of them. There is a quiet satisfaction in that, in work that leaves the workshop and goes to use, and the smith had it in full. The plough drew the year forward, and the smith had set its edge, and now for a season he could let the fire burn a little lower while the land did what his iron had made able to do. Then the year climbed toward its height, and with it came the season of edges, for the harvest is cut with iron, and dull iron cuts nothing. Before the corn stood ready the sickles and the scythe. Blades came to the forge, and the smith re-edged them and reset them, and peened the thin-worn steel back to a keenness that would lay a field of grain down clean. Corn here means the grain itself, the wheat and the barley and the rye and the oats, not any single plant, and all of it fell before edges the smith had sharpened. A sickle is a small curved patience of a tool drawn back to its bite, a little at a time. A scythe is longer and hungrier and asks more of the fire and the hammer both. In the weeks before the reaping the forge rang with edge work, the whole village bringing its cutting iron to be made keen, and then the harvest took it all away into the standing corn, and once more the smith's hand went out invisibly into the fields in every swath that fell. And then the year came down the far side toward the dark, and the forge, like the fields, grew slack. Deep winter was the quiet quarter of the smith's year, the ploughing done, and the harvest in, and the great edge work months behind, and the fire could be kept low and small, warming the room more than working the iron. There was mending still. There is always mending, a hasp to renew, a pot to patch, a chain to close, small jobs brought in out of the cold. But the urgency was gone from it, and a smith could stand a whole gray afternoon at a single easy task and never feel the day press on him. Outside the snow lay on the thatch, and the light failed early, and inside the forge the coals glowed steady and unhurried, and the year rested. This was the season we have been drifting through all evening, the slack and quiet half of it, when the last heats are few and the wind down is long, and the fire is kept less for the iron's sake than for the simple warmth of having it there. Through all 4 seasons, under the ploughing and the harvest and the winter both, ran one work that never left the smith, the shoeing of horses, for a hoof wears whatever the month, and a horse must be shod in every season of the year. Ready-made shoes hung in their sizes on a rod on the forge wall, forged in quantity in the slack hours, and taken down as they were wanted, and the smith fitted the shoe cold to the trimmed hoof and nailed it home. A village leaned on its horses for the plough and the cart and the road, and its horses leaned on the smith, and so year in and year out, whatever else the forge was doing, the shoes came down off the rod and went on to the hooves, and the workhorses of the village went out sound. It was steady, reliable work, the one thread that held level while the rest of the year rose and fell around it, onto the winter roads and the spring fields alike. The seasons turned, but the shoeing stayed quiet and constant, the level floor beneath the smith's changing year. And so we come back to where the evening began, the way the year itself comes back, to the fire and the iron and the reading of one by the other. You know it now the way the boy came to know it, that the smith worked in shadow on purpose, that a dim forge lets the iron tell its heat by color, and a bright light would only wash that color away. All evening we have watched this, and now in the last of the coals, the same colors come and go more softly, no iron in the fire to read, only the embers themselves passing down through cherry to dull red, to the faint black red at the very end, the whole scale the smith lived by. Dull red first, then a deepening cherry, then a climbing orange yellow, the fire riding its temperature onto the metal, and the smith's eye reading it. Never a number, only the color and what the color meant. running slowly backward as the fire settles toward its rest. Let your eyes follow it down, if they are still open. The colors grow quieter. There is nothing left to bring to heat tonight. There was, at the end of the working part of every evening, the quench, and we have heard it too, the iron going down into the water of the trough with a hiss and a breath of steam, the bright ring of the hammer giving way to the slow tick of cooling metal. Tonight there is no quench to make, but the trough stands where it always stands, at the smith's hand, its water dark and still, holding a little of the ember glow on its surface. It served all day, cooling the finished iron, damping the stray spark, standing ready against any flare in a room and a village built of things that burn. Now its work too is done, and it simply waits, quiet and full, for the morning. The steam of the day's last quench has long since risen and gone. The water has gone still. And in the stillness the forge makes only the smallest sounds, the settling of a coal, the far-off tick of iron letting go the last of its heat, the sounds a place makes when it is finished working and has begun, slowly, to rest. One by one, the last small tasks are done. The tools are set down on the bench and along the wall, each in the place the hand knows in the dark, the tongs on their hooks, the hammers ranged by their weight, the chisels and the punches laid in their row. The scale is swept from the floor and out at the door. The rod of shoes hangs quiet, the box of nails is full, the mended things stand ready by the wall to go back out into the village with the light. The shutters are drawn across the low, unglazed window, and the smoke that drifted all day up through the louver in the sooty thatch thins to almost nothing over the settling coals. There is a great and simple peace in a workshop at the close of its day, everything in its place, nothing left undone, the fire low and the room warm and the labor of it laid gently down. The forge has done its work and knows it. And now, with the bench in order and the tools at rest, there is nothing left for the smith to do but bank the last of the fire and go, at length, to his sleep. But the work does not sleep when the smith does. Think, as you drift, of all the iron he has given back to the village and where it rests. The door of the byre stands closed on its strap hinges. The hinges he drew out and set on their pintles, and they hold it shut against the cold without a hand to help them. What is mended holds. The iron keeps the shape it was given, all through the dark, steady and untended, doing quietly what it was made to do. Up and down the sleeping village, the smith's hands are quietly at their work while he lies still. The hinge bears the door, the latch keeps the shutter, the nail holds the board it was driven through. He set these shapes into the iron, and the iron holds them, faithfully, through every hour of the night, so that a village full of small mended things rests as soundly as the man who mended them, each thing doing, in silence, exactly the work it was made to do. By the cooling hearth, the mended cauldron sits on its three-legged trivet, the crack in it closed with the smith's patch, holding its shape and ready to hold the morning's water. Out in the dark stable, the workhorse stands asleep on the 4 sound shoes he nailed home, and along the lane, the cart waits on its iron-shod wheels, and in the field, the plough leans with the share. He pointed, keen and ready for the furrow it will cut. None of it grand, all of it needed, every piece of it holding the shape he gave it while he sleeps. This was the whole of the craft in the end, not the making of great things, but the keeping of ordinary ones sound. The giving back to worn iron of the work it was made for, over and over, season upon season, a life spent mending the small tools a village leaned on. And now the mending is done for the day, and every mended thing keeps its faith in the dark, and the smith may rest, for his iron is holding the night together without him. So let the forge grow dark, the coals sink lower, the colors fade from the metal, and over the low thatched roofs of the village, a field of faint stars comes out in the cold and quiet sky. The craft row is silent now, door by door, the carpenter's plane at rest in its shavings, the wheels leaning against the walls, the anvil cold on its oak block, the whole street of trades gone still for the night. The year has turned to its quiet quarter, and the day has turned to its quiet end, and the village sleeps while the work holds, the iron keeping its given shape through all the dark hours, faithfully until the light returns and the fire is drawn up once more. Another day. In the houses the fires are drawn down, and the people are asleep, the smith among them, and the boy who will be the next smith, and the names of the trades resting in the people who carry them. Nothing needs shaping. Nothing needs sharpening. Another heat, in a room much like this one, a very long time ago.
You've reached the end of tonight's archive. If you're still awake, thank you for staying. And if you drifted off somewhere in the dark, then it did its work. Rest now. The next chapter will be here when you are. Sleep well. This has been Archive Whispers.